in network subscribers. And these subscribers have made this little movie called Soul on Fire the #2 movie in all of their empire. John O'Leary called it yesterday miraculous. Netflix is not promoting this, and Soul on Fire is not buying likes or bots. People are actually watching it and then telling their friends to watch it, and that's why they're #2. Texting and emailing with John O'Leary yesterday and one of the financial backers of the movie, Jeff Drew. And John believes part of the reason is that people have been praying it into success. He believes it's been God's plan. It depends on where you stand on the faith spectrum, but many believe that prayer can do a lot of things. John certainly believes it, and it's not just, for the success of the movie that prayer has had a big role in it, but look at his life since the fire. So now in terms of the investors, Netflix and Sony have a deal. Not sure of the specifics per John, but that deal will pay out to the investors eventually. In March, they'll find out what Netflix paid up front. They made money also from the gate and something from Amazon. The better it does, obviously, on all platforms, the better it is for the investors. If you haven't watched it, do watch it and then tell a friend you watched it. So we're excited.
Yeah.
The Blues and Cardinals and City SC can't be on top of the standings. Why not our movie?
Yeah, exactly. And thank you for following up the information, because we were wondering yesterday, do they make more money, the investors and the people behind the movie, if more people watch it on Netflix? Is there kind of an option? So you filled in a lot of gaps for us. Good, very good stuff. So I have been talking to a lot of people recently who are wondering what in the heck is happening with the U.S. Postal Service. Firsthand experience of this. January 2nd, some dear friends of ours who are throwing a lovely bridal shower for daughter Jane coming up in mid-February sent out some invitations. I mean, one of the hosts of the party had actually hand-painted some of these invitations, mailed them out, I believe out of Kirkwood, Missouri, like a lot of people do in the post office, and sent them out. And as of yesterday, out of the, I think, 18 or 19 invitations sent, 3 have reached their destination, including one to my next door neighbor yesterday. So it only took a matter of 11 days or 12 days to get to my next door neighbor yesterday. I haven't gotten mine. The bride down in Austin, Texas, has not gotten hers. The bride's sister, the bride's future mother-in-law, the guests. So I finally reached out yesterday to all of the other guests by text and said, hey, I'm going to text you a picture of this invitation. Hopefully it arrives before the amount. Meanwhile, almost every person who I texted and said, sorry, I don't know what's going on with the Postal Service. You haven't gotten your invite. The person who is hosting did a lovely job of getting them out on time. Every single person had a story. A niece's wedding invitation that arrived 3 weeks after the actual wedding with the correct address. I got 3 Christmas cards back this year. All of them, I texted the people and said, hey, I didn't realize you moved, or what did I get wrong with your address? They looked at the address and said it's the exact right address. It was just returned to sender for absolutely no good reason. I'm curious, is it just me? Am I just the only person that's having this bad luck, or the people that I talk to having to do with this bridal, this wedding that we're talking about here? 3 from the Royal Banks of Missouri text line 84126. Tell me, are you guys noticing things are a little bit crazy when it comes to our U.S. Postal Service and mail right now? Is it just bad luck, or are we watching things go down the drain pretty quickly here?
Boy, I think you've touched on a nerve, and we'll find out very shortly on the text lines. All right. Something not real important, but I'm really passionate about it, and as somebody told me in talk radio, do talking points about things you're passionate about, and then people will be interested in. So 25 years ago this week...
We'll be the judge of that.
Yes. 25 years ago this week, a fellow named Al McGuire died. And I was telling this to Monique, and she wasn't interested initially, and then I started to tell the story, and she got really interested. So he was one of the best college basketball coaches of his generation. Final game he coached, he won the national title. He cried as the clock ran down and walked off the court and never coached another game. He later became the best analyst in college basketball on NBC, but not by breaking down games, Jill, but by his wit and charm. So stay with me, non-sports fans. This is not about sports. His lines, and Monique could not get enough of them, I think the world is run by C students. I think there's some element of truth in that. The only mystery in life is why the kamikaze pilots wore helmets. I think everyone should go to college and get a degree and then spend 7 months as a bartender and 6 months as a cab driver, that would be an education. Winning is overrated. The only time it really matters is in surgery and war. You get the point. He was really witty and funny. So anyway, wait a minute, I lost my train of thought. So I used to teach these broadcasting classes at UMSL and at Eastern Kentucky University. Did it for about 3 years. And I always played a clip. There's a scene in 1979 where DePaul made it to the Hall of Fame with their old coach, Ray Meyer, kind of a feel-good Cinderella story. So he's interviewing the coach right after the game, and the old coach was about to break down. He was so emotional. He was going to the Final Four. And Al McGuire said to him live on NBC with the country watching, "Ray, it's okay to cry." It was so real and so spot on and so compassionate. And that's what you got to do. Whether you're on the air or in a relationship, be real, be spot on, be compassionate. Maybe the wire-rimmed journalism professors with their corduroy sport coats with their patches who've never held a mic with thousands in attendance and a producer screaming in the ear would not teach that. But that day in 1979, me watching that at home, I felt like I got my master's in television. Real, spot on, compassionate.
Yeah, I think that's incredibly. What if we all communicated with each other, just not even when we were broadcasting out to the world, but just communicated that way to each other, one-on-one? Something to think about as well. Okay, so I have to just poke a hole a little bit in something that I saw that was broadcast last night on Fox 2 News. Of course, you've seen the story of the monkeys everywhere in North St. Louis. The pictures of them in a variety of places. There's a goat.
They're on the loose.
They're on the loose. Monkeys on the loose. And there's just so many questions how this happened in the first place, whether it was just a couple of monkeys and then now they're procreating, or whether somebody had a whole I don't know what you call a group of monkeys together, a gaggle of monkeys, that's what I'm calling them today, together, and then they're running around. But by the way, there are hilarious, and I mean hilarious, monkey memes proliferating social media. Very funny pictures of the monkeys, for instance, in front of one of my favorite restaurants in the world, Crown Candy Kitchen. Looks like they're eating the actual BLT sandwiches and a shake in their hands. Great. All kinds of different things in the city of St. Louis, particularly the memes, the monkeys doing very fun things. Well, the city health department is claiming that the AI monkeys are making it hard to know where the actual monkeys are. And I got to question this. Like, I have seen no meme that looked real enough that it should confuse any professional of any kind. It's a little bit like, you know, I mean, again, people, let's not all be progressive commercials all the time. I won't name some of the older people in my life that occasionally have showed me something and I was like, well, that's clearly AI. And they go, well, how would you know that? It looks so real. And I was like, there's some clear things, like average people cannot actually walk on water. That's a really good clue right now that something is AI, or that somebody in their 60s could do that many backflips in a row. Good sign that it's AI. The monkey pictures of them eating sandwiches and posing and giving hand signals in front of our area restaurants, good sign that it's probably AI, and you don't need to race there to try to find an actual monkey sighting.
That's great. Channel 2's, they had pretty good video of it?
Well, you just had the health department with sound bites saying that these AI pictures are kind of confusing things. And I was just like, okay, I don't think the AI things are actually confusing things if you take a second to use a little discernment. They're making people laugh, and that's okay.
Okay, thought 3. Quickies, Maggie O'Brien's. It may seem just like an Irish pub with a lot of green, cold beer and TVs. I got to tell you something. The food is really, really out of sight. Had the Reuben rolls again, which are incredible with that corned beef in there. The bourbon burgers, unbelievable. The pizza, they had a lemon cake too. Eddie McVeigh and that family can really, really cook. All right, the Blues Hall of Fame last night at the MAC. Garth Brooks shows up to celebrate with Kelly Chase. They absolutely love each other. They're best friends. So cool to see some of the greats of the past, Cujo, Brett Hall, and even T.J. Oshie, the guy that all the women used to love, came back in town to salute Alexander Steen, who was his first line mate. Blues are having a rough season, but they know how to celebrate their stars. And finally, Aaron Rodgers played his last game probably last night after 527 touchdowns. He's going right to the Hall of Fame. But I can't remember a superstar ending his career with everybody watching and doing so poorly. A strip sack, a pick six. It was sad to see. He's had an unbelievable career. He can still throw, but he can't move. and I hope he steps down because I don't want to see him anymore play like
Yeah, I
this.
was going to say it's one of those cases where when we watched last night too, it was just like, ooh, maybe should have walked away sooner. He's a very strong-willed person, and I think that's really served him through the years. But I'm wondering if it's clouding his judgment about when to leave or not. Have you heard the story of the $3 grocery bag that has now become an international status symbol? I've seen multiple stories on this, and I'm still completely flummoxed by it. Maybe you guys on the text line 84126 can explain what the heck is going on. But those $3 Trader Joe bags, the kind that you can get because you forgot your bags at home when you like to be environmentally friendly, they're just a cream-colored tote bag. They've got some navy on them, and they say Trader Joe's prominently. Well, from Seoul, Korea to Melbourne, it's become a very, very well-traveled part of showing that you're very worldly. And they're selling, I'm not exaggerating, for upwards of $10,000, one eBay listing one at $50,000. Of course, they don't sell that well in the United States. These are international purchasers that seem to want them so bad. But then people in the United States, of course, who are traveling, are trying to hoard them, take them overseas, and see if they can make a little extra bucks to cover the cost of their trips by trying to hawk them on the street in various countries around Europe and Asia. Problem with that, sometimes if you're in a foreign country, they have strict rules about who can sell things on the streets and who cannot. So you have to be a little bit careful. Trader Joe's, they just have created that classic thing when it comes to how to make something valuable, which is to create a shortage. And now that there seems to be a shortage of these bags that we all took for granted, had piled up in the back of our car or stuffed in the corner, and people across the ocean have told us these are really cool things. Now there has been created such a desire and need for them. Trader Joe's obviously can't keep up. They say they'll still sell them for $3 here. They're not going to cash in by making more money out of them, but they certainly haven't proliferated the market with so many of them that the value is going down yet.
Wow, that's incredible.
I mean, to me, that's as stupid as the art installation that was a rotten banana on a plate that somebody paid $1 million for. It just gets to the point where I feel like this is the fall of Rome. We're just getting so outrageously crazy.
Wow. All right, let's break now. We'll have Dr. Rick when we come back. If you'd like to be a part of the program, you can do it. Get a question for Dr. Rick. Do it fast. 84126, Royal Banks of Missouri text line. This is the Frank and Jill Show on the Big 550 KTRS.
St. Louis Auto Show returns January 22nd through the 25th at the America's Center. Bring the whole family and explore hundreds of new vehicles from the world's biggest automotive brands. Then, get up close and personal with the coolest, most expensive rides ever created at the $1 Million Mile. There's even something for the kids with our Mid-America Chevy dealers' sponsored Kids Zone. Get your tickets today at stlautoshow.com. Kids 12 and under get in free. That's stlautoshow.com.
Holidays are over, time to relax and get back to the daily routine. January is a great time to enjoy the casual, comfortable atmosphere at Gingham's Restaurant in St. Charles. Gingham's was voted the #1 breakfast by the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, but we offer so much more. Great daily specials throughout the week, some of the best pies you've ever tasted, and our soups can't be beat. Anything you want, anytime you want, 24 hours a day, and some of the best service anywhere. Visit us at ginghamsrestaurant.com. Stay warm.
I'm Missouri Attorney General Catherine Hanaway. When severe weather hits, scammers often follow. They may pose as charities, jack up prices on essentials, or offer fraudulent home repairs. I'm committed to protecting Missourians from those scams. If you've been targeted or suspect price gouging, report it to our office at 800-392-8222 or online at ago.mo.gov.
Paid for by the Missouri Attorney General's Office.
Elevate your home with stunning lighting from Metro Lighting.
Shopping for a gorgeous chandelier for your dining room?
Need a new table lamp?
Or lighting your entire dream home?
Our certified lighting specialists are here to help.
Locally owned with 6 convenient locations.
An amazing selection of lighting for any style and budget.
And all at the guaranteed best price.
And did you know?
Metro Lighting is a great source for furniture, art, and home decor too.
Metro Lighting.
Full of bright ideas for your home.
I'm Mark Cantor. Here's why you can count on Cantor Injury Law.
My name is Michelle. I'm a litigation paralegal at Cantor Injury Law, and you can count on Cantor because we are smart, honest, and hardworking.
I'm Kevin Glenn, and a partner here at Cantor Injury Law. You can count on Cantor because we make your cause our cause.
No fee if no recovery. Please visit cantorinjurylaw.com or call us at 314-628-9999.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
St. Louis Ambush Indoor Soccer is back this Friday night at the Family Arena to take on the Empire Strikers at 7:05 p.m. And it's Cancer Awareness Night, presented by Siteman Cancer Centers with a post-game autograph session and a special cancer awareness jersey auction to benefit Siteman's Cancer Centers Discovery Fund.
The first 500 fans receive a limited edition ambush poster presented by Sumner One.
Tickets available at the Family Arena box office or at Ticketmaster.com. For more information, go to stlambush.com.
All right, welcome back. Frank and Jill Show, Big 550 KTRS. Dr. Rick joins us on Tuesdays. Dr. Rick, how are you today, sir?
I'm great. Happy New Year, everybody.
Got a lot to talk about. Weight loss drugs could add years to Americans' lives, researchers project. How about this?
No, it's crazy. But, I think that everybody's gone to these GLP-1s and now this Wegovy pill based on weight loss. But the drug has a number of other benefits, antidepressant benefits, cessation of smoking, decreased drinking, and much like statins, I think a lot of these GLP-1s will increase your longevity. Yes, it'll help you lose weight, which of course is going to make you live longer, but I think there's other benefits to controlling your insulin response. So again, I think there's people out there that are taking what they call microdosing, low doses, and they're getting health benefits beyond the weight loss. So I think what you're going to see in the next 4 or 5 years is everyone's going to come out and say, wow, this is kind of a longevity drug. And you're already seeing people kind of use it like a longevity drug. So again, microdosing and low dosing, the GLPs, the Wegovy, the Ozempics, et cetera, Zepbound, may be the way to go.
By the way, you guys, if you're not following Dr. Rick on the socials, as the kids would say, you should. He puts really good stuff out there, including a really good piece recently. You talked about this idea of balance, and it really got me thinking, because I always think of balance as one of those things that gets worse as we age, that you just sort of have to deal with. But you're saying, no, there's ways that we can hold on or improve our balance, which makes it much less likely that we have the fall that leads to all the other issues that we know happen when we fall and break bones as we age.
Well, I think this is a huge topic. 3 million ER visits, 1 million hospitalizations, 1 million hospitalizations a year from falls. And, who's falling? People 60, 65 and up. And what are they doing? They're breaking their wrist, they're breaking their hip, they're breaking their pelvis, et cetera. And many people then go in the hospital, and a significant number, 18%, die. So this is not a minor problem. But this is a fixable problem and something you can address. So to get you on balance exercises, and I do these things every day. I close my eyes and I try to balance on one foot for a minute, and I do probably 2 or 3 of these balance exercises. My wife thinks I'm crazy, but I really feel like you can improve your balance greatly. And if you do these exercises, and it's been shown over and over again, your chances of falling diminish greatly. So you can go on the internet. If you follow me on social, I go through them. But really, it's single leg balance, it's walking backwards, it's closing your eyes and trying to stand on one leg. It's not anything really super sexy, but it will improve your balance greatly. And again, your incidence of falling is going to go through the floor. It's going to almost go to zero. So, and falling at 70 years old is, again, not benign. So I think it's very important to work on your balance as you get older.
Good stuff.
So there's a benefit to chewing gum with focus and stress relief?
Well, this is a crazy thing. So, I think there's kind of many different kind of gum chewers. There's gum chewers that are studying and chewing gum, and then there's people you always hear, and you go, oh, my gosh, that's just so obnoxious. But at the end of the day, EEG and brain activity greatly increases, and your focus greatly increases when you chew gum. And so this is the first time anyone's really studied brain activity and said, you know what, there is an association. So you concentrate better, your focus is better, your memory is better, et cetera. And I think we're just seeing the first studies of this. This is hot off the press. So, again, I think there is a benefit when you're trying to read, when you're trying to study. I wouldn't tell you you're at a party and there's 1 million people and you're cracking your gum. It's probably not the best. But probably when you're trying to really concentrate, there is a benefit to chewing gum.
I was surprised to see this study that there's a correlation between how well people are aging now and their grip strength. One of the predictors of how long and how well you'll live. Why is that?
Well, one of my buddies, this guy, Peter Attia, and he's a good friend and kind of a longevity specialist. And 5 years ago, he said, Ricky, when we study our patients, we look at grip strength and we see that there's a correlation between longevity. Now, obviously, it doesn't have anything to do with your grip strength. It's your grip strength having to do with your muscle energy, your strength, your neurovascular system, et cetera. So it's sort of like how fast you walk. It's not really how fast you walk. It's all the things that lead up to your ability to walk at a certain speed that lead to longevity. So those are the two predictors of longevity: speed of your walking as you get older, and grip strength. So again, as you age and your muscle strength diminishes and your nerves don't work as well and your hand doesn't function as well, then you lose grip strength. So one of the things that is a good predictor, and you get this thing called a dynamometer. It's one of these things that you squeeze and you see where you are on the scale. You chat GPT it or you Google it, and it tells you exactly where you need to be. And again, if your grip strength is low, you need to start working on your general strength and your general wellness, eating better, getting better sleep, working on your upper body strength.
So we're all under the impression that red wine is healthier for you than white wine, but that may not be the case according to a recent study, or it's close?
Well, it's close. So resveratrol is in red wine, and resveratrol probably has significant benefits in terms of longevity. So there are studies that show that resveratrol, which is the stuff in red wine that makes it quote unquote healthier, is better for you. But it probably looks like red wine and white wine are pretty close. If you had to choose one and you said one's going to nose out the other, the red wine's a little bit better with polypropanol and some of the other peptides and oxides, and they have both peptides and oxides. But if you look at the general trend, I think they're probably very similar, and I think that then it's a matter of taste. If you like red wine, you should drink it, and if you like white wine, you should drink it. And if you just want to be healthier, maybe the red wine noses it out a little bit.
Okay, let's talk. Let's get through some of our listener questions. A bunch have come in right before we let you go. So, can I fire these at you pretty quickly?
Rock and roll.
Can aspartame raise your AST in your liver?
Yes.
Do you think?
So aspartame.
Go ahead.
Well, yes. So, it is a concern. A little bit of aspartame, this is the stuff in Diet Coke, et cetera, is fine. But if you're drinking 8-10 Diet Cokes a day, that's too much. Go ahead.
Do you think GLP-1s will be sold over the counter?
Never.
Can or should seniors take creatine?
Yes.
Why on creatine, by the way?
Well, creatine is a muscle builder, and it's a very safe muscle builder. It's the most studied muscle builder. And what happens to older people? They lose muscle mass. They get quote unquote fragile, or what's called sarcopenia, muscle loss as you get older. So again, who should be on creatine? It's if you're 18 years old, you're trying to build muscle. That's one thing. It's easy to build muscle. When you're 70, it's hard to build muscle. So yes, you should be on creatine.
What's considered a low dose on a GLP-1?
Well, they're all different. So 5 milligrams on tirzepatide, 0.25 milligrams on semaglutide, and those are the starting dose. And the pill's going to start at 1.5 milligrams. So those are all low dose. And generally, you're on the low dose for a month, and then you double the dose or bump up the dose in your second month.
And the best website for people to be able to check you out?
U.S. Center for Sports Medicine. And the other website is Joint and Performance, Dr. Lehman at Joint Performance. And we have all this information on there. But, if there's a question, give us a call.
Good stuff, Dr. Rick. We'll talk next week. Thank you, sir.
Take care.
All right, we'll take a short time out. We're scheduled to be joined by Greg Warren when we come back.
Parc Provence, by the way, one of the places that we talk about frequently when it comes to your health and making sure that you take care of yourself is, of course, Washington University, and our friends at Washington University are the people who lead the way there, including their director, David B. Carr. So if you have somebody in your life who needs memory care support, check them out at parcprovence.com.
Way back in time, if you had a leak in the roof of your hut, I imagine you had to find a tree close by, scale it, and then jump and hope you could get up there and see what was wrong. Then came the advent of the ladder. There was an easier way to get up there and see if something was wrong. And with modern technology, we finally get around to the drone. Now, the folks at Allen Roofing use those instead of trees and ladders. Send a drone up, find out if there's anything wrong with your roof, get some pictures, go over it with you, and see if there's a problem, how bad it is, what they could do, what it'll cost. Or if everything's just fine, they will tell you that too. Boy, it's so nice we don't have to climb trees to look at our hut. Allen Roofing embracing technology and doing quality roof repair, siding, gutters, everything for the outside of your home. Just ask Gronk. He was one of the first customers. It's Allen Roofing. Find him online at aroofing.net.
Jill Farmer here with Jeff Zufall, Senior Tax Strategist and Wealth Advisor at Capital Advisory Group and author of the #1 best-selling book on taxes, Keep What's Yours, and host of Keep What's Yours every Saturday at 3. Jeff, it's a new year. What should we be thinking about in January?
Welcome to 2026. The holidays are behind us, and as a business owner, that means closing the books on 2025 and getting those W-2s and 1099s prepared to mail by the end of this month. As daunting as that might sound, it doesn't have to be. This year, we're celebrating 50 years helping area businesses get their financial plans in order, reduce their tax liabilities, and stop overpaying their federal and state income taxes. I'm also launching my newest book, Keeping What's Yours, the strategic tax planning guide for the One Big Beautiful Bill, this month. Tax law changes mean now more than ever, you will want an expert helping you prepare for 2026 and beyond.
To learn more, give Jeff and his team at Capital Advisory Group a call at 636-394-5524 or online at capitaladvisorygrp.com.
I'm Reed Millard, president of Lupton Millard Chapel of St. Louis. We've been faithfully serving St. Louis families for generations. At Lupton Millard Chapel, we understand it's the little things that make a big difference for the families we serve. A traditional church funeral or a unique celebration of life. Providing the finest in services and attention to detail has always been the hallmark of our family.
Lupton Millard Chapel, the leader in excellence since 1905. For more information, go to luptonmillardchapel.com.
Your dentures no longer fit? Maybe you're missing a tooth or several teeth. Visit Dr. Bowen for Simply Secure Dentures and Dental Implants, the cutting-edge, high-quality dental implants that replace all the teeth in your mouth, and it starts as low as $7,000, not the $35,000 that others charge. If you're only missing a few teeth, Dr. Bowen can permanently replace those with something you don't have to take in and out of your mouth. Learn more at simplysecuredentures.com and get the care you need and the teeth you want at Bowen Dental Care or simplysecuredentures.com.
It's the tax-free holiday at Miller Furniture and Mattress, going on now through January 20th.
I'm Mark Miller, owner of Miller Furniture, your home for quality American-made furniture since 1927. Right now, save the sales tax on all in-stock furniture and select custom orders. Plus, double the tax discount on select items.
Shop our showrooms in Belleville, Fairview Heights, Lake St. Louis, or Ellisville and save hundreds on our huge selection of Flex Seal and Smith Brothers furniture.
At Miller Furniture, you'll see the difference with quality American-made solid wood furniture and the largest selection of Amish-made furniture in the St. Louis area. Save the tax on custom finishes and sizes, delivered into your home in as fast as 3 weeks.
Right now, triple savings on Chatham & Wells mattresses or double savings on Spring Air mattresses, plus up to 60 months financing.
Don't miss our tax-free holiday where you save the sales tax or more. Hurry in, sale ends January 20th. At Miller Furniture, we put the family in furniture.
All right, welcome back. Frank and Jill Show. He is my favorite comedian. He's my family's favorite comedian. He is the pride of Kirkwood High School, former state champion, All-American at Mizzou. He is Greg Warren, and we got some great news to tell you about with Greg. Good to see you, sir. How are you?
Hey, Frank. How's it going, man?
Really good. So this is just awesome news. Tell our listening audience about the new relationship you have with the country's hottest comedian, Nate Bargatze.
Well, I mean, the relationship is not new. He's been sort of boosting my career late in life for about 3 years now. He's really kind of given me a leg up. But this was interesting. I guess I was opening for him in Cincinnati in October. And when you open for Nate, it's like it's like 20,000 people. It's insane. It's the cool. I mean, if you guys aren't going to Enterprise, go. There's tickets. I think Thursday.
I'm going.
What he's doing right now is amazing, and just the production quality. It is the coolest thing you'll ever see. Wow. Yeah. So like I run out every night just to watch him walk on stage, just because it's kind of rock star stuff now. So anyways, I've been doing that, but I was doing that in Cincinnati, and he calls me back, or his assistant calls me back. He's like, "Hey, what are you doing next week?" And I was like, I'm actually, it was Halloween week. I think I was supposed to go open for Bert Kreischer.
He's awesome.
Yeah, another friend of mine in Florida. And then I was going to do the Tonight Show the following week.
For the first time.
Tuesday, yeah. And his assistant was like, well, Nate needs help with the game show. Nate invented, created, and is the host of a game show on ABC called The Greatest Average American. And I was like, well, yeah, man, I can cancel the Bert gigs. I thought they just wanted me to write jokes. And I was like, yeah, dude, I'll hang out and punch up. I doubt Nate wants me to cancel the Tonight Show in order to write punch up. I can just go do that from my computer, you know? So she said, okay. And then they called me back like 10 minutes later, and Nate was like, hey, I don't want you to write jokes. I want you to be like the sort of announcer sidekick on the like on-camera host of this thing, co-host or whatever. So I was like, yeah, he was like, I'll call Bert if I need to, and I'll call Fallon if I need to, and make sure you get rescheduled or whatever. So
wow.
So yeah. So then literally that was on a Sunday, and he was like, what are you doing tomorrow? I'm like, well, I'm flying back to St. Louis. We got to record an episode of the podcast. We have a podcast with a couple of local guys that's part of Nate's network called The Consumers. He's like, well, go record the podcast. I have to run it by ABC. So I got done about 2:00 on a Monday afternoon with the podcast, turned on my phone, and Nate texted me. He's like, you're in, be in Nashville tomorrow morning, have your agent call ABC and work out the deal tonight. So,
oh my God.
Yeah. So then I flew to Nashville, and we recorded a season full of a game show. And
so an overnight success after only 25 years.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So do you have to change hair and makeup and the whole deal?
Oh yeah, man, that was yeah. I mean, then I think 2 days later, Nate's stylist was picking me apart, and I was like, I brought all this stuff, She's like, we're going to use none of that.
And I think it's cool that the fact that you are Nate are a team now, and you're like the only two comedians out there who are completely clean at all times.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's. I mean, I've known Nate for a long time, and always been a fan. And he's a good guy. I mean, Nate opened for me a couple times back in the day, but about 3 or 4 years ago, Nate sort of was like, all right, I'm going to use my platform to start producing more content of comedians you can watch that are, family friendly or whatever. And so he produced my last 2 specials. And then I started going on his podcast a little bit. And that's where it started kind of turning into another thing. And then opening for him has been insane. Like I opened for him in Kansas City at T-Mobile. We did a couple of shows back in September, and I'm doing 8-minute sets on there. And I wound up selling out 14 shows in Kansas City over the holidays, just from that. But Nate has he has about 20 different comics that he sort of works in and out of the lineup. And all of us are family friendly. And you'll see if you guys are going to Enterprise, I think, he asked me to do it, and I had a commitment that I could not change, so I'm not going to be on those shows. But it's Julian McCullough, really funny guy. Mike Vecchione, really funny guy. Joe Zimmerman, amazing, and I think Johnny W. So you'll see some of those comics if you go to Enterprise next week.
Very, very cool. Greg Warren who's with us on the Frank and Jill show today. You recognize the voice. He's our favorite comedian. He always does Carney. We managed to get him to come on our show as well, which was a huge, exciting get, thanks to Frank. I'm just so curious how the business has changed in the last 20 years. I mean, if I'm in a bad mood, I call up on YouTube and I type in Greg Warren's name and I get to watch just a series of your jokes in a row that make me laugh. We play them on the show to give people a laugh like we did yesterday as well. And that didn't exist 10 years ago that I remember. Netflix specials where I get to see hilarious comedians like you and just sit down for an hour and laugh and relax and not think about the world's troubles. That's all relatively new.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the internet alone has sort of changed my... I was pretty sure I was going to be... I don't know. I didn't think this would be the most fruitful part of my career at 57 years old. But I don't know.
It's a great age, by the way.
Yeah, but I kind of like 10 years ago, I was like, I'm not going to put my stuff on YouTube. That's like, I have a Comedy Central special. I'm not going to just do that. And then I caught on a little late, but about 5 years ago, I just started throwing clips up. I'm like, one thing I do is a ton of material. So I started throwing stuff up, and it really changed. And then with the special that Nate produced, it really changed. And Nate he directed the first one. He was there. Now, for Nate to go direct a special over a weekend is going to cost him, millions of dollars. He's out at some arena selling tickets. But he directed the first one, and it was, the internet it's insane. I'm so grateful.
So we have family-friendly comedians. Then we have Nikki Glaser, who you're also very tight with. The Pride of Kirkwood.
Didn't she kill it the other night?
She was unbelievable. But I want you to tell a story about you and Nikki in a car in a fast food restaurant. You've used this, I think, in a bit.
Yeah. This was during COVID.
Yeah.
We were doing a gig up in Indiana. It was like people were wearing masks. I think we were trying to help these clubs were going out of business. It was a friend of ours that owned a club in Bloomington, Indiana. So Nikki and I drive up from, Nikki was living in St. Louis at the time. So we drove up and we stopped at a Starbucks over there on the east side, and like Belleville or something, and Collinsville, I think. And, during COVID, you couldn't go in the bathroom at Starbucks. Like you could go in there, but you can't go in the bathroom. But I did. I was always like, you just go. Like, what are they going to do? Like, they have to have a bathroom for the employees. So I would just go.
Book them, Dano.
By the time you get in there, it's like, what are they going to do? So we walk in, and Nikki's like, I got to go to the bathroom. I'm like, just go. She's like, no, they're going to, like, yell at me. And I'm like, they're not going to yell at you. Like, it's not. Just put your head down and walk to the bathroom, and they won't know. And if they don't care, Nikki. So she does. And literally, I hadn't thought of this, but she gets, like, it's about all the way down the counter. It's about a 15-step journey. On step 5, I got an idea. On step 8, I'm like, I'm doing it. And she's almost to the bathroom. I go, ma'am, you can't go in there. It's closed for COVID. And then the Starbucks girl goes, he's right, ma'am. You cannot go. And then and like Nikki, she was so mad at me. And then, but also as a comedian, sort of respected that it was funny. But yeah, she was furious. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It was one of my greatest accomplishments, I feel.
Oh, I can totally relate to both sides of that story.
She's awesome. I mean,
I
got to do the Tonight Show a couple weeks ago, and it was the first time I'd ever gotten to do the Tonight Show. And I texted her when I found out I was going to do it. And she's so cool. She was like, that is amazing. She's been on it a bunch of times. She was like, you're going to love it. It's awesome. The crowd's great. Jimmy's great. And she was great. And then she waited a full day to tell me, hey, I'm going to host Saturday Night Live. Oh, God. Because she didn't want to help me. That's the thing, man. I feel like things have gone really well. And no matter what I do, I will not be the most successful comedian to graduate from Kirkwood High School.
I know, that's
like, it's
great.
not going to happen.
I've been dying to know, though, did The Tonight Show, because that has to be the pinnacle in your career of, this is something that at least for the first 20 years of it, everybody, that was what you aspired to, is to host, or to be on The Tonight Show, rather. Did it live up to expectations?
Yeah, it was, I'm glad I kind of did it when I did it, too, because I think I would have. I did a bunch of those late night shows. I never did Tonight Show, but I did Ferguson 4 times back the day, and I did Seth Meyer's show, and at this point I was pretty relaxed. I was a little nervous, but I just was like, okay, you need to learn to enjoy those moments.
Yeah, but how are you like in that green room, knowing this is kind of like all a comedian could ever work for?
Yeah.
I mean, are you having flashes of like all the struggles and fights to get there? What was that like?
Try to keep it light. I had, the booker for the Tonight Show, this guy named Michael Cox. He's a really cool dude, and he was like, it's funny. I was doing a gig up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, this Saturday. I did it on Monday. So Saturday night, I'm doing this gig in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Get up Sunday, and of course, Carney just stared at me.
Yeah, that was always the dirtiest look I've seen since yesterday when somebody stole his food.
So then I get up Sunday. I'm like, I got to fly to New York. What they have you do is you go run your set that night a bunch of times in the city. The booker can see it, and he's already seen a tape of it, but he's like, little adjustments here and there. So it's of course there's a weather delay, and it's like I'm in the Grand Rapids airport for 12 hours. Oh. I finally land in New York, get to New York, stop my hotel, go down to the club, and he's there, and he's like, okay, you're on in 10 minutes. So I just go run my set at the Comedy Cellar, which is the coolest comedy club in the world, and I see all these guys. I used to live in New York, so I see all these guys that were friends of mine. I do it, and on the way downstairs, I'm like, hey man, just so you remember, like, I'm about to joke fat on this. We need to cut one of those 2 insurance jokes. And he goes, just do them both, and I'll tell you. So I do the set, and he goes, just do that set tomorrow night, exactly like that.
Wow.
Which is a lot of pressure off. Because I go, what about the time? He goes, I don't care about it. He goes, we'll work with it. I've done late night sets where they're like, hey, if you go a second over 4:30, I'm fired. Where this was like, he's like, I don't really care how long the set goes, just do it like that. And just little stuff like, hey man, when I did Seth Meyers, you play to the camera, you go right down the barrel. And he kind of saw me doing that on stage. He's like, no. On Tonight Show, you play to the crowd, play to the crowd. And then, the next day you go in for rehearsal. He's like, make sure you acknowledge Jimmy, acknowledge the Roots. The coolest thing I think was I did this joke about high school fishing teams, and
can we hear it real quick?
It's a little long, but basically,
go ahead, give it.
I'll give you the little version. I learned this a while ago. There's these. It's a sport now. It's like
Lindbergh High School has one.
They have a fishing team, and you can get a letter in fishing, which that means there's a coach. Which you boys embarrassed yourselves out there on that lake today. Hayes got his hook caught in a tree. Jansen pulled his shoe out of the lake, and Martin, you couldn't catch a fish in the seafood department at Schnucks. And the hands in, fish on 3. And then I did like the assistant coach, and I did, fishing cheerleaders, and I did like a couple of moves.
Yeah. You were great, by the way. I laughed out loud.
Thank you. So as we're like, I was the last thing on the show. As you're going out, the guys in the Roots did a fishing rod, coordinated fishing rod move, which I thought was about the coolest thing in the world. So.
It is. Okay, so now that you are just more famous than ever, international man of mystery, you're still going to say based here in St. Louis? We're not going to lose you to L.A. or New York?
No, I lived in L.A., I lived in New York, and if they need me to go, I'll be there for as long as they want me, but I'm not going to... My dad's here, and my brother and my nephews. I love St. Louis, I have lived all over, but Nikki lives here.
Yeah.
I mean, Nikki lives in St.
Louis.
Louis.
I see her at my Pilates studio.
Yeah, she's the most in-demand comedian in show business right now. So, I love it here. I probably spend a little more time in Nashville because of Nate than anywhere. I'm flying there next week, and we have different projects here and there. So.
It's close.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you coming in. Congratulations
thanks,
on your
guys.
success.
Yeah.
We are your biggest fans.
Yeah, as soon as we get off the air, we'll ask you to rate how we compare to Carney on the show, and we'll keep it to ourselves, I promise. Completely between us. You're the best. Thanks so much for being with us. Lots more coming up on the Frank and Jill Show after this.
When you go and get your car washed, do you really care which car wash you go to? Yes, because not all car washes are created equal. Country Club Car Wash is the local family-owned and family-operated car wash since 1989. All these other ones that are popping up, they're all run by out-of-town hedge funds. Keep it local, keep it great. Touchless car washes, no brushes, inside and out. 5 area locations, Country Club Car Wash or cccwstl.com.
Hey, Heidi Glaus here, inviting you to join me October 24th as we journey in search of Iceland's magical Northern Lights with Colette. We're going to experience the land of fire and ice with a rare opportunity to search for the Northern Lights, one of nature's most dazzling light displays. We'll see steaming lava fields, massive glacier-sculpted mountains and valleys, not to mention thundering waterfalls. We'll travel the Golden Circle and walk on a black volcanic sand beach, plus relax in the warm, mineral-rich water of the Blue Lagoon. This and so much more. Colette handles the details from flights, meals, hotels, and local experiences. Your only job is to have the time of your life. Don't miss out. Join me and call our friends at Altair Travel, 314-968-9600, or go to KTRS.com to learn more. That number again, 314-968-9600.
Dowd Bennett is proud to support Backstoppers and the great work they do providing ongoing needed financial assistance and support to the spouses and dependent children of all police officers, firefighters and volunteer firefighters, and publicly funded paramedics and EMTs who have lost their lives or suffered a catastrophic injury in the line of duty. For more information or to make a donation, go online to backstoppers.org. That's backstoppers.org.
Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
Yeah, they're on the med, and these medications are used, these GLP-1s, for reducing inflammation in your body. I get so many folks that are like, wow, I don't have the knee pain. I don't have the...
Because once you start losing weight, all these other things naturally happen to you in a positive way. Not just talk about the deals for KTRS listeners at stlmedweightloss.com.
All KTRS listeners, they get $50 to $100 off their first month. And what's beautiful about it too, hey, I get it. The economy, what we just had, guys, things are difficult right now, but we make the plan work for you. We have financing options. We make this work for you because we realize how important it is to get down in your weight, get your confidence back, and really start feeling like the old you.
Call stlmedweightloss.com and ask Dr. Joe. stlmedweightloss.com.
Appliance savings are happening now at the Home Depot with up to $1,000 off, plus up to an extra $500 off select appliances. Looking to upgrade your fridge? Check out LG's newest models serving up ice in all kinds of styles, cubed, crushed, craft ice, and now new mini craft ice straight from the dispenser. Shop savings and get up to $1,000 off, plus free delivery on select appliances like LG at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Free delivery on appliance purchases of $999 or more. Offer valid January 8th through the 28th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
All right, welcome back. Frank and Jill Show. More litigious issues with Stan Kroenke. Now, keep in mind he's worth $21 billion. So earlier this year, Inglewood approved a deal allowing WOW Media to install up to 60 digital advertising signs in and around the Hollywood Park area near his stadium, SoFi. The city would receive a share of the advertising revenue, creating a new income stream tied to the traffic and visibility around the venue. Kroenke's company's objective, arguing the billboards violated a 2015 development agreement connected to the stadium project. That agreement, they said, barred billboards near the complex. That's what Stan says. So now he's filed a $400 million lawsuit against the city of Inglewood. How about that?
Yesterday was I saw my Facebook post. I was lamenting and hating on the NFL because the Los Angeles
10-year anniversary
newspapers were just reporting that the Rams were officially moving. On better news, one of the things that you can move is your body, and one of the things that we specifically need to move our bodies for is to get stronger. And we mentioned earlier that GLP-1s are a great way for us to not only lose weight, but to lower inflammation in the body. The downside of them is that unfortunately people are losing a little bit more muscle mass than doctors and exercise specialists and physical therapists wish they were. That's why at 20 Minutes to Fitness, they have a specific program to help you rebuild muscle mass while you lose fat on your body, while you are taking anything, whether it's Ozempic, Wegovy, Mounjaro, or one from Dr. Joe, for any of the other places where you're getting your weight loss drugs. You can be on a specific program to make sure you're not losing muscle so you don't have to deal with that consequence. Set up your first appointment. It's free at 20 Minutes to Fitness to have the conversation to see if that's a good fit for you. Locations in Chesterfield and Clayton. 20 Minutes to Fitness online.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers. Oh, they're here. Hey, who needs something to drink?
we've been overindulging a little more than usual. Thank goodness we both added active liver to our diets to give our livers some much-needed support so we have the energy we need to enjoy the holidays.
Active Liver from New Nordic contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract designed to give your liver maximum protection and help it do vital jobs like removing toxins from alcohol, rich foods, and sweets.
Try Active Liver today and enjoy all the holiday treats with the peace of mind of knowing you're giving your liver some relief.
Find Active Liver online at Amazon, Vitacost.com, or iHerb.com. Or pick it up today at CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite. Enjoy life to the fullest with Active Liver.
The Missouri Valley Conference men's basketball tournament has been the showcase for buzzer beaters, madness, and championship glory. With nearly 5 decades of heart-racing excitement, it begins here at Enterprise Center. The 2026 State Farm MVC Tournament, presented by Credit Union One, Great Southern Bank, and SSM Health, tips off on March 5th through 8th. Celebrate 50 years of the Valley's postseason championship. Get your tickets now at archmadness.com.
Watch your favorite team, eat your favorite food. It's the Village Bar. You've heard about the world-famous cheeseburger. Stop by and check it out. Even better, bring your friends on your way to the game, after the game, or just watching the game. Food, sports, and a cold beer. We'll see you at the Village Bar.
This is the Big 550. KTRS St. Louis. From O'Fallon, Illinois to Granite City, Lynn Carbon to Waterloo, and the world.
Streaming live at KTRS.com.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. After former President Bill Clinton did not appear for his closed-door deposition in the Republican House-led investigation into the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, GOP Chair James Comer says he's disappointed and says the Oversight Committee will hold a markup session next week for contempt of Congress. Former State Secretary Hillary Clinton, due to appear tomorrow, has also signaled she will not show. ABC's Stephen Portnoy explains.
The House Oversight Chair says Bill and Hillary Clinton have no right to refuse to appear, and next week he'll start contempt proceedings in his committee. The former president and former Secretary of State respond in a 3.5-page open letter, saying Chairman James Comer's subpoena is legally invalid. The Clintons point to then former President Donald Trump's refusal to be deposed by the House January 6th committee in 2022. The Clintons say if Comer pursues contempt proceedings, they'll forcefully defend themselves.
The Consumer Price Index, which tracks price inflation, rose in December to 2.7%. That's in line with what analysts expected, but core CPI, which takes out food and energy costs, rose less than expected. Prices for groceries and meat still higher, along with utilities. President Trump traveling to Michigan today. He'll speak at an economic forum about affordability issues. Before leaving the White House, the president urging Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, who says he's facing a Justice Department investigation, to cut interest rates.
The inflation numbers just came out, and we have very low inflation, so that would give Tulane Powell the chance to give us a nice, beautiful, big rate cut, which would be great.
Powell alone does not set interest rates. Activists with the human rights group say deaths from recent protests in Iran have jumped to at least 2,000. President Trump said to be considering possible moves against Iran in response to the regime's crackdown on the mass anti-government protests that have been sweeping across the country. You're listening to ABC News.
Everyone's talking about these weight loss drugs, and it's a good thing we've got Dr. Joe Molesky with us, a St. Louis native and board-certified primary care physician. Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
The magic cure is these weight loss shots. They're injected once weekly. They're not like the old medications that you've seen 20, 30 years ago. These medications actually work. They're injected once weekly, and patients see within the first 90 days 10 to 15 pounds down. It simply works, and that's why I recommend it to all of my patients. You simply go online, book an appointment. You fill out a health questionnaire form. You get an appointment on our schedule. It's all telemedicine based. It's all done from your home. And then you meet with me or one of my nurse practitioners. And then after the 10, 15-minute consult, the medication is delivered right to your door discreetly, and you get started right now on your weight loss journey.
And you want to start to lose weight? None better than to call stlmedweightloss.com and ask Dr. Joe. stlmedweightloss.com.
60 degrees at 11:03 with KTRS News. I'm Steve Potter. The Missouri Council on Aging has responded to a newer report from the Missouri State Auditor's Office and agrees that the state is on an unsustainable fiscal path and that action is needed now to avoid emergency budget cuts. The report says that deficit spending, slowing revenue growth, and reduced federal funding are eroding the state's reserves. Stacy Morse, the executive director of the Missouri Council on Aging, says that state leaders need to respond with a forward-looking strategy. One of the nation's largest school districts has once again lost full accreditation.
The Missouri Board of Education voted earlier today to lower St. Louis Public Schools accreditation to provisionally accredited from full accreditation. The change is mostly symbolic and reflects the district facing academic, operational, and governance challenges. Board member Carrie Casey of Chesterfield filed the motion to lower the district's accreditation. She cited the district's instability in leadership with 5 superintendents in 3 years, declining funds without a plan to reduce deficit spending, recurring transportation problems, and delays in completing a required annual audit for the last 3 years. The vote to lower the district's accreditation was almost unanimous, with board member Pamela Westbrooks Hodge of North St. Louis County filing the lone dissenting vote. David Solomon, KTRS News.
Violent crime continues to fall in St. Louis City. New data released earlier today says the city saw a 16% drop in violent crime compared to 2024 and a 28% drop from 2023. St. Louis Police Chief Robert Tracy released a statement that these numbers are more than statistics. They reflect the hard work and dedication of police officers. The National Museum of Transportation in St. Louis has been nominated for Best Open-Air Museum in the USA Today 10 Best Reader's Choice Awards. Museum Executive Director Terry McEachern says this recognition affirms the national significance of the museum's collection and its mission that future generations understand the pivotal role that transportation has played in shaping the nation. And the new year may have just started, but St. Louis Mardi Gras celebrations are already underway.
Mardi Gras celebrations are ramping up in the St. Louis region. For years, it's been dubbed the second largest celebration in the country behind New Orleans. The kickoff to the season actually started on Tuesday, January 6th, on the 12th day of Christmas. Events are happening until February 17th to celebrate. This Saturday is the Winter Carnival, noon to 3 in the gymnasium of Lift for Life Elementary School. Next weekend is the Scavenger Hunt, followed by the Cajun Cook-Off the following week. The Pet Parade is February 8th, the Mayor's Mardi Gras Ball is Friday the 13th, and the Big Mardi Gras Parade is Valentine's Day, February 14th. Then there are celebrations every night leading up to Fat Tuesday, February 17th. For the complete schedule, go to stlmardigras.org. Sobe Bay, KTRS News.
This KTRS Business Minute brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. The St. Louis Sports Commission says last week's U.S. Figure Skating Championships surpassed expectations. According to the commission, the championships were attended by over 93,000 people with at least 5,000 visitors. And now the markets brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturday mornings from 9 to 11. The Dow is down 303 points at 49,286. NASDAQ up 63 at 23,797, and the S&P 500 down 2 at 6,974. In sports, SLU basketball was the final team left outside of the AP Top 25. The Billikens would then be ranked number 26 with the votes that they're receiving. And St. Louis City SC departs for camp this weekend in Florida. We're looking for partly sunny skies today, an afternoon high near 65. We do have a 50% chance for rain tonight with an overnight low in the upper 30s, then partly sunny tomorrow with temperatures falling to 33 degrees by 5 p.m. Right now at 11:07, fair skies, 60 degrees at the Gold Tower at Westport. Steve Potter, KTRS News, the talk of St. Louis.
All right, welcome back. Frank and Jill Show. We're excited to have Joe Holloman with us. He joins us every Tuesday at 11. Joe, good to be with you. How are you, sir?
How are you?
Very good. Lots to talk about. I love this hire by the Missouri Attorney General, Catherine Hanaway, getting St. Louis lawyer and former radio personality Jane Duker aboard as the Assistant Attorney General. She's got a lot of spunk. We know she's really smart. Reaching across the aisle a little bit, too, because I think she's been considered a Democrat. And, of course, Catherine Hanaway is a Republican. Your take on it?
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I think you nailed it right there. I think that anybody who is halfway politically active in the St. Louis metropolitan area is familiar with Jane Duker, most recently being a foe, an ardent foe of County Executive Sam Page, which stems back to the fact that Duker had worked with the Steve Stenger administration, was an ally of Steve Stenger, and we know that ended badly for Mr. Stenger. And then when Sam Page took over, Jane Duker became a loud and vocal critic of Sam Page, and it also was during the sort of boom of social media during COVID, and Jane Duker was ever present, ubiquitous on social media, never hesitating to criticize moves for Sam Page, which then extended into sort of I would call it a Democrat going after Democrats, if you would, in that sort of split on the left side of the political spectrum. Also critical of Tashara Jones during her time, got a lot of press and attention fighting for the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department through her representation of unions to get the state to take over control, so working with Mike Kehoe. And as you said, it's very interesting. She is a lifelong Democrat, goes back to Bob Holden, was general counsel and chief of staff for Democratic Governor Bob Holden some 20-something years ago. So lifelong Democrat who has kind of ended up on the, let's call it the conservative Democrats, if you want to take that part and split it into progressives and conservatives, and has ended up working with Kehoe and now working for Catherine Hanaway. And I think the thing that's interesting about it is that although her social media presence will not be the same and some of her conduct most likely will change as far as that just sort of free shots against people she's critical of, looking at nonprofit organizations and looking into fraud. And, I think that's interesting if you look at the news lately, and I think this isn't something that comes as any surprise to anyone who followed politics when COVID money started pouring out in 2020. The one thing was, oh, good, we're getting some relief. And I think about a millisecond after that, you thought, my God, the fraud that is going to occur. And I think we're starting to see the beginnings of that, of the amount of money that was just doled out, a lot of it for no good reason, a lot of it for good, a lot of it for no good reason. So I think as far as prosecutors are concerned, is you could spend the rest of your career looking into those sort of things. So should be interesting. We'll see where it goes. Any predictions? I have no idea. Attorney general's offices are usually pretty careful about letting here they don't publish a list of, and here are the following people we're going to investigate. But it's curious that this happened. Hanaway and Duker go way back to that time in the early 2000s, late 1990s, when I believe Hanaway was a state representative and Jane Duker was working for the Attorney General's office at a much lower level position back in her early days. So, yeah, interesting all the way around.
Yeah, good stuff. Looking for graft should be one of those things that both people on both sides of the political aisle are interested in. Speaking of which, we touched a nerve earlier on the show, talked about, I told a story about some the bridal shower invitations that out of about 20 of them, 3 have actually reached their destination that were mailed out on January 2nd. And we just got a flood, if you will, of people saying, oh my gosh, it's so bad. And then 2 different texts back to back, literally. One of them said, Postal Service has been terrible since the Biden administration. The next one said the Postal Service was gutted by Donald Trump trying to slow down mail-in votes. I'm not sure the president is responsible or not responsible. I am pretty sure that something has gone awry when it comes to what we used to get in terms of Postal Service compared to what we get today. Is the future of the Postal Service in the United States in question, do you think, and is it still a political issue, or should it be?
Yes, and you were right all across the board. It is Biden's fault. It is Trump's fault. It's just which side do you want to pick? I mean, the Postal Service has been struggling for 20 years. And I don't think it takes a lot of recollective memory to go back to when, let's say 25, 30 years ago, when I could drop a letter in the corner post office box and be fairly assured that it could reach Los Angeles or New York in 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
That was just kind of a given. The Postal Service was one of those things. Yes, did it always cost a lot? Yes. Did we never really know how much it cost? Of course not, because it was, quote unquote, off-budget expenses. But it did its job. Mail got delivered. It was dependable. The old through rain nor sleet nor gloom of night. And it was one of those organizations that it was easy to criticize, but by gosh, they seemed to get their job done, and a letter could go across the country in 3-4 days for the price of a stamp. That is no longer the case. There are too many ways to deliver messages now, so they sort of lost a big chunk of their customer base, and have, like government agencies, are horrible in responding to changing trends. I mean, the government is literally the definition of the big ship that takes forever to turn around in the middle of an ocean.
Yeah.
And part of it, and I think when we look back, and not to just bring up Elon and Musk for no good reason, but the idea that, well, let's look at government and see if we can make it more efficient, which everybody has always complained about. By God, every time we try to do it, though, then everybody complains about that. Usually it's the people who work for that organization who complain about that. But, yeah, I think there's no real good answer as to what can be done about the United States Postal Service. Like so many other governmental entities, there has been an erosion in people's faith in it. Again, we could go back 25 years and somebody could point out a horror story about what the post office did or any organization. But I think what we have now is simply people are trying to find ways to avoid having to use it. The problem comes in is there is a segment of our population that can't. People in rural areas, the elderly who may not be as quote unquote tech savvy, who still want to conduct their business through snail mail, and the Postal Service is having a tough time responding to that. And since I've been doing my job for a couple of years now, writing this political column, I have had everybody from a very liberal U.S. congressperson, Nikki Budzinski in Illinois, to conservative ones such as Ann Wagner and Jason Smith complaining about the Postal Service. And I think that's where it comes down to, is when you have both parties going, hey, I'm getting a lot of complaints from my people. I think you have to realize that the problem is not political. It's structural and fundamental. How that gets solved, I don't know.
So the felony fraud trial begins for Cori Bush's husband. How bleak does it look for Courtney Merritt's?
Well, I never predict the outcomes of trials. One never knows what can happen. Last March, so 11 months ago, Mr. Merritt's was indicted on 2 counts of mail fraud, again, for taking COVID money that the government's saying he wasn't entitled to, ballpark $25,000. This came out of an investigation which did not produce charges against Cori Bush's use of her campaign funds, of which Courtney Merritt's, her husband, works for the campaign, or did work for the campaign. And this came out of it, and they filed the charges. I think a lot of people expected, well, would there be a plea? What's going on with this? The government says, let's go to trial. We're actually going to take you to trial on it. Courtney Merritt's attorney said, well, let's get a delay. And at first they tried to get it thrown out, as attorneys should do. If you're paying them, try to get it thrown out, not go to court. That was in October. Government said, no, we've got a case here. Then they asked for a delay, and part of the delay is because they are saying that they debate the release of tax return information for Mr. Merritt's for a certain period of time. Obviously, that time period would cover time that he was in the employ of his wife, Cori Bush. So it seems like not only are they trying to maybe acquit Mr. Merritt of the charges, they also don't necessarily want this tax information out there. I thought that the government would grant at least one delay, which they asked for last week, thought they would get one delay and push it off. They didn't. And apparently jury selection in Washington, D.C. started yesterday. All kinds of things could happen. This could go to trial. This could end up as a plea. That really is one of those things. Trying to predict what's going on in there is folly. And I think the idea, though, that we're going to find out eventually, because if they're proceeding with trial, something's got to give. It was obviously clear that Mr. Merritt wanted the case delayed. Several experts said all they really want to do is delay this until Ms. Bush has her chance to run against Wesley Bell in the August primary, and that does not look like it's going to happen. So right now we're just doing keeping our eye on the ball and finger on the pulse and all those other good cliches to see what's going to happen.
Joe, before we let you go, one of our texters pointing out, and I've been remiss in not mentioning on the air before now that Terry Gainey, who headed the Post-Dispatch's Jefferson City Bureau for 28 years and renowned for his investigative reporting, died a few weeks ago. I have to believe your paths crossed quite a bit through the years.
One of the finest reporters I've ever known and one of the nicest human beings I've ever known. It was very sad. Terry was one of those people when I started working at the Post-Dispatch, and there were a few of them to where you went, now that's the kind of career I want to have. That's who I'll use as a model for what I believe this job is about. And I think Terry Gainey embodied that completely. He was tough. He was relentless. But on top of that, he was always a pleasant, fair, jovial human being, and a truly loss both to the profession of journalism and to all the folks who know him. He was a good man.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Good stuff, sir. We will talk next week. Thank you so much for your time.
Sounds good, guys. Have a great week.
All righty.
Jeff Zufall, Senior Tax Strategist and Wealth Advisor at Capital Advisory Group, otherwise known as just one of the biggest experts on taxes and tax law and new tax laws that any of us ever get to rub elbows with. And we do get to rub elbows with him because he's here at the station doing, of course, his very popular show with Josh Gilbert every single weekend called Keep What's Yours. He also is about to get real busy because, this is the time of year when over the next few weeks we'll start getting our W-2 forms and everything else is mailed out to us. We often start collecting those items with a bit of dread because that means it's tax time. And many of us may just go down to the neighborhood strip mall and go to the chain tax store, just get it done, get it checked off the list, or buy the software program, do it at home just so we can be done. The problem with that, of course, is all of that is designed to do it very simply and easily, which is great. But often taxes are not simple or easy, which means that we end up on the wrong side of overpaying on those taxes. You can take your old returns to Jeff when you meet with him. You can take your 401k plans, your savings, everything that you have. All you need is that information. Sit down with Jeff or his team at Capital Advisory Group, and the chances are good in many, many cases they find money that has been lost for people because they've overpaid on their taxes. Make this the year that you don't just take the simple, easiest way, but you change gears a little bit and do a new simple, easy way by going with Jeff Zufall and his team at Capital Advisory Group. CapitalAdvisoryGRP.com, 636-394-5524.
St. Louis is home to more than 80,000 University of Missouri St. Louis alumni, where they drive the region's economy and contribute to its social and cultural well-being. At UMSL, more is what moves us. Find your more at more.umsl.edu.
It's cold.
So bring the heat with Dogtown Pizza. Warm up these winter months with one of 13 different flavors, from the new SOB, sausage, onion, bacon, to a 4-meat or veggie. Or how about the all-star this time of year? I'm looking at you, hot chicken. Heat up those ovens and warm up those bones with a hot Dogtown Pizza and tell Jack Frost to take a hike. These cold winter months are upon us, so take a trek to Dogtown. Dogtown Pizza, of course.
Got gold? Get green at Jewels on Hampton. Jewels on Hampton pays the most for your precious metals, jewelry, gems, currency, antiques, and collectibles. Jewels on Hampton buys precious and semi-precious gems and stones, scrap gold, and sterling silver. Jewels on Hampton buys and sells paper money, wristwatches, and pocket watches. They even take pianos, and cars. To sum up, bring your gold chains, bracelets, rings, coins, dental gold, and more to Jewels on Hampton, 4506 Hampton Avenue in St. Louis. And get green. Online at jewelsonhampton.com.
At Maryville University, we power dreams, not just degrees. For nearly 150 years, we've empowered graduates to build successful careers. At Maryville, expect a rigorous, technology-driven, mentor-inspired education in a diverse and inclusive learning environment. We help you take it to the next level, no matter what field you choose. Now is the time to turn your ambition into action and transform your dream into reality. Start your journey at maryville.edu.
Looking for a new kitchen or bath? Call me, Anne-Marie Bogus, the co-host of the Inside Out Show and owner and designer at Anne-Marie Design Studio. Visit our website at annemariestudio.com. We can help make your dream space into a reality. We're a fine kitchen and bath boutique located in Wildwood. We do it all, from design to bid to installation too. Call us today at 636-821-3395 or go online at annemariestudio.com. Let's make your dream kitchen or bath a reality with Anne-Marie Design Studio.
When you pay for tree work, you want to be sure you're getting the most for your hard-earned money. That's why you should always use the ISA certified arborist at River City Tree Service in Baldwin, Missouri. Hi, I'm Steve with River City Tree Service, and we've been the go-to tree service since 2008. Tree removal, tree trimming, storm damage, deadwood removal, stump grinding, and more. Give River City Tree Service a call for all your tree service needs at 314-270-8071. That's 314-270-8071. River City Tree Service.
Way back in time, if you had a leak in the roof of your hut, I imagine you had to find a tree close by, scale it, and then jump and hope you could get up there and see what was wrong. Then came the advent of the ladder. There was an easier way to get up there and see if something was wrong. And with modern technology, we finally get around to the drone. Now, the folks at Allen Roofing use those instead of trees and ladders. Send a drone up, find out if there's anything wrong with your roof, get some pictures, go over it with you, and see if there's a problem, how bad it is, what they could do, what it'll cost. Or if everything's just fine, they will tell you that too. Boy, it's so nice we don't have to climb trees to look at our hut. Allen Roofing, embracing technology and doing quality roof repair, siding, gutters, everything for the outside of your home. Just ask Gronk. He was one of the first customers. It's Allen Roofing. Find them online at aroofing.net.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey friends, it's Donna. You think you know my songs? Well, get ready to hear them like never before, because I've got something really special lined up just for you. It's a brand new project that I'm calling Threads. My Songs in Symphony, featuring some of my greatest hits, newly arranged for symphony orchestra, and performed with a band of amazing singers and musicians. Oh, and I'll be there too, on screen, to share with you the stories behind my songs, and I hope you'll be there.
January 17th and 18th at Powell Hall at the Jack C. Taylor Music Center. Tickets available at slso.org.
When it comes to your education, one size doesn't fit all. That's why the University of Missouri St. Louis offers exceptional academic programs at the undergraduate, graduate, doctoral, and professional levels to fit any passion, purpose, and schedule. At UMSL, more is what moves us. Find your more at more.umsl.edu.
Want a song?
Around my mind like the song on the radio.
Want a quote? It's the song and quote of the day on the Frank and Jill Show. Right here on the Big 550, KTRS.
Welcome back to the Frank and Jill Show. Greg Willard coming up in just a little while. We'll get some texts saying, hey, I thought you said it was Greg Willard. And you, at the top of the show, you guys had Greg Warren. We have two Greg W's on the show today, both equally fabulous. And we have a lot of questions for him. If you have a question that you'd like us to try to get to with Greg on the Royal Banks of Missouri text line, 84126. Talking to a very wise and philosophical friend of mine who is just always good at sort of seeing the perspective on things from not an us and them way of looking at it. And a lot of, they're chronologically gifted, so they have a lot more years of living than I do. And when I talk to them about things in the world, one of the perspectives I like hearing is how history we go through times in history where we've got tumult, and then we've got calm, and then we have more connection. And So they reminded me that maybe the world needs to listen to a little Marvin Gaye. If you've been watching the news over the last week, it's been a tumultuous time, certainly in our country right now. So that's who we chose for the song of the day today. Where does Marvin Gaye line up in your faves?
He's up there. He is up there.
In the top 5?
Oh, probably
top
10, yeah. It was such a shame, too, that he died so young at the age of 44. Gosh, what a performer. I loved him.
Yeah, just well said. But and there's just something about, I haven't listened to that song for a while. I listened to the whole thing when I was pulling stuff the other day, and I thought it was pretty good. So as we've talked about many times before, the amount of people who are watching late night television, particularly the sort of big 3 network late night television, is not what it used to be, but they do still get a lot of eyes on them because of things like YouTube. People who are regularly on YouTube every day will a lot of times watch the opening monologues or watch the snippets that are on late night. So here, in case you weren't up like I was not last night listening to any of the late night shows, here's a couple of jokes that you would have missed from last night. Okay, I liked that joke, but he goes on, and I couldn't find it. I heard a couple friends mentioning on social media. Stephen Colbert last night went on, and I couldn't pull the clip today. I was looking for it to mention the monkeys in St. Louis in the next part of that opening monologue he mentioned, and it's there's sheep running loose in Germany, and then we have monkeys loose in St. Louis. By the way, our own Josh Gilbert, when I said I didn't know what a group of monkeys was called, I said a gaggle because, of course, I knew that was wrong. It's called a troop of monkeys. So now we can walk around and be in the know, thanks to Josh, who is good at finding the facts out for us. He was listening and said, Jill, everybody knows it's a troop of monkeys, so now I do too.
That's great.
Did you know that?
I did not. That's great insight from Josh. I don't know how. Is he have spent time in a zoo or what?
I think he's just good at Google. He's better at Google than I am.
Looked it up. Yeah.
He looked it up.
He did send us the clip from Google, so I have to believe that's where he got his information. He Googled it. AI was the answer.
To give you an idea about like late night, I think Colbert is at the top, like 2.5 million in an average. Monday Night Football, the program hosted by our St. Louis and Joe Buck, they averaged about 16 million this year.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, what's the difference? I was thinking about this last night when it looked like the Texans were going to run away with the game. What's the difference in viewership? How many people drop away when it's clear who you have a clear winner in the game? So
it's huge.
Is it?
It'll definitely drop. Yeah.
Because other shows and other movies and things, people hang on. So if I'm an advertiser, are my rates a lot cheaper at the end of an NFL game in case it's a bad game because I'm not going to get nearly as many eyes on it, or is it just the risk you take? How does that work?
That's an interesting question. So like you're saying that if you're a company and the numbers are really down, you'd get a reduced rate?
Well, I'm just asking because if the numbers are huge in NFL football, but if they vary more in NFL football between the beginning of the show and the end of the show than they do in other kinds of shows, I may hedge my bets and go with the lower number that's more consistent throughout the entire thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. So like Super Bowl, like that's always a big gamble, because you'd like to be that first commercial because you know everybody's watching. But if the game is 27-27 in the fourth quarter, that's also seeming like a good buy. But the game could be a blowout so that you would not get the maximum bang for your buck.
Right, because I'm a fair weather fan who's kind of bored with football at this point in the season, as I've mentioned before. So I'm definitely turning away on a game like that Pittsburgh game last night, even though I'm curious about Aaron Rodgers and the hype, and so I've tuned in for a little while. But then I'm like, well, we know who's going to win this game, and I just stopped watching. Would you say more avid sports fans are like that as well, or am I the anomaly there?
No, I think you speak for the people. Yeah, it's absolutely. Yep. All right, let's take a short time out. We have one of our stars in the green room about to pop out.
Yeah.
You have a green room here, by the way?
Oh, yeah. It's full of all of the fineries and delicacies that we only have here. Speaking of which, though, I bet there has been Three Bay Barbecue and Bakery in the green room in the past here, because they have catered events for us here at the station. It's pretty much my favorite day of the year, probably, at work at the station when they bring it in, because I know it's always going to be delicious. When I go into Three Bay Barbecue and Bakery or order at a time, I am a bit of a creature of habit. The turkey is so good. The chicken is so good. When they came here to the station, because I didn't get there fast enough, my choice was a saucy rib sandwich. And boy, I'm glad that my lack of choice led me to try that. I know Connor tried it as well. It's just so darn good. Located in the Phillips 66 station at Clayton Road and 141, they have phenomenal food, perhaps even more phenomenal desserts, all homemade, all off the rails. And they also do catering for lunch or dinner. By the way, I recommend you go to 3baybbqandbakery.com to check out the menu. And also you can sign up for their frequent eater club, which is a great way for you to enjoy their food and save money on it over time as well. You can also get your catering orders in at 636-227-1208. 3 Bay Barbecue and Bakery.
Your dentures no longer fit? Maybe you're missing a tooth or several teeth. Visit Dr. Bowen for Simply Secure Dentures and Dental Implants, the cutting-edge, high-quality dental implants that replace all the teeth in your mouth, and it starts as low as $7,000, not the $35,000 that others charge. If you're only missing a few teeth, Dr. Bowen can permanently replace those with something you don't have to take in and out of your mouth. Learn more at simplysecuredentures.com and get the care you need and the teeth you want at Bowen Dental Care or simplysecuredentures.com.
Get your reservations in now for Bishop's Post. Bishop's Post. They have the best version of your classic favorites. Located in Chesterfield, Bishop's Post is the perfect spot for that celebration. When you want to send flowers to a loved one for a birthday, anniversary, or that special occasion, call your friends at Walter Knoll Florist. Walter Knoll is family-owned and operated and offers custom designs by expert designers. A huge inventory and selection that only the largest florist can offer, with quality and care that no grocery store florist can meet. They have several locations in the St. Louis metro area to serve you. Order online today at WKF.com. That's WKF.com. Walter Knoll Florist, your personal florist since 1883.
Mom, what do you always say? There's nothing sadder than jewelry that sits in a drawer.
That's why we are proud to offer jewelry repair on site at Newsetter's Fine Jewelry. We know that your jewelry is important to you, and we take that part of our job very seriously. Visit us at Doherty Ferry in Big Bend or learn more at wowdiamonds.com.
Hi, it's Frank Cusimano inviting you to join me for the Press Box, brought to you by Control Option, Monday through Thursday at 6 p.m. We're going to interview some of the biggest names in sports and have our opening monologue. That's the Press Box, brought to you by Control Option, Monday through Thursday at 6 p.m. right here on the Big 550 KTRS, the talk of St. Louis.
Dr. Joe, it can get very confusing, but the one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
Yeah, they're on the med, and these medications are used, these GLP-1s, for reducing inflammation in your body. I get so many folks that are like, wow, I don't have the knee pain. I don't have the...
Because once you start losing weight, all these other things naturally happen to you in a positive way. Not just talk about the deals for KTRS listeners at STLMedWeightLoss.com.
All KTRS listeners, they get $50 to $100 off their first month. And what's beautiful about it too, hey, I get it. The economy, what we just had, guys, things are difficult right now, but we make the plan work for you. We have financing options. We make this work for you because we realize how important it is to get down in your weight, get your confidence back, and really start feeling like the old you.
Call STLMedWeightLoss.com and ask Dr. Joe. STLMedWeightLoss.com.
Have some fun with your friends while eating great food. Of course, I'm talking about the Village Bar, the only place to watch the big game while eating the world's best cheeseburger. There's a reason people have made this their favorite hangout for decades. The game's on, and so is the grill. We'll see you at the Village Bar.
All right, Greg Willard is with us. This is the Frank and Jill Show. Hot off the presses, Bill and Hillary Clinton refused to testify in the House's Epstein probe. Your thoughts on this?
It will be fascinating to watch this play out. Congress has the power, similar to a grand jury, to subpoena all 340 million Americans. When a person gets that subpoena, normally they say, okay, and show up and testify. Most of the time in private, occasionally, as our listeners have observed, in public. The bigger issue, Frank, that's going to come up, and it sounds like pretty quickly since the Clintons have both refused to comply, and that is, now what? Congress has three choices. Number one and number two are the same. They can run home to mama, as I referred to it in my law school course. They run home to mama with number one as they go to a federal court and say, well, we want you, federal judge, to try to enforce this subpoena. The second way they run home to mama is they go to the Justice Department and they say, we want you to prosecute the Clintons for criminal contempt, which is a federal statute. And then the third is, it has not been used since 1934. The Supreme Court has validated it on several occasions. It is called Congress's inherent power of contempt. The United States Congress has the power, if they choose to exercise it, to have a person who is defying a subpoena arrested and put in the jail down in the bottom of the United States Capitol. The last time that happened was in 1934. The Clintons have said and have defied the subpoena, and they have said they will not comply. The bigger question, as I say, is now what? We'll just have to see. If I were a betting man, I would bet they would run home to mama with number two and ask the Trump Justice Department to attempt to prosecute the Clintons. We'll just have to see.
From the legal perspective, what's going on with President Trump's attempt to demote Senator Mark Kelly from his as former naval officer?
Let me set the stage, going back, time traveling with our listeners back to the 1950s and 60s. Some, like me, will remember the television show Dragnet. Mm-hmm. Sergeant Joe Friday. Mm-hmm. His mantra was, just the facts, ma'am. Let me set the stage, Jill, with our listeners with three actual verbatim quotes. Number one, if you're doing something that is just completely unlawful and ruthless, then there is a consequence for that. That's why the military said it won't follow unlawful orders from their commander-in-chief. Quote number two, military officers are required not to carry out unlawful orders. Quote number three, our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders. I would suspect that the kindergartners in my niece's kindergarten class up in the country would say that all three of those quotes are substantively identical. Yeah. And those kindergartners would be right. Quote number one was from none other than Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. Quote number two was from none other than Attorney General Pam Bondi. Quote number three was from Senator Mark Kelly. As you point out, Jill, Secretary Hegseth has now launched an attack on Senator Kelly for those words and is attempting to have him demoted from his prior role as a captain in the United States Navy. As our listeners know, I never take sides on the air, but I simply put those facts out there as to, as the saying goes, whether somebody's got some splaining to do in terms of the disparate treatment that our United States government is giving to those three from a kindergartner standpoint, identical substantive quotes.
All right, what about the Department of Justice allegedly targeting Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell for criminal charges? What is the crime? Is there? I mean, obviously Trump doesn't like him because of the interest rate situation, but what would be the alleged crime?
The alleged crime, we have to speculate because this is a grand jury subpoena. Grand juries, state and federal in America, do their business in complete secret, Frank. Some listeners may say, well, that's horrible, transparency. Well, no, it's not horrible. The reason it's not horrible is many, many times grand juries will investigate situations and conclude that there was not misconduct, there was not criminal conduct, and that's a good thing to keep that secret. What the speculation is relates to Chairman Jerome Powell's testimony in Congress in June of 2025, so 7 months ago, regarding the renovations of the Federal Reserve buildings in Washington. Specifically, he testified as to allegations of private dining rooms, marble floors, and private elevators. The question then becomes, under the federal statute of lying to Congress, three things. Were those statements he made, Frank, false? Did he know or have reason to know that they were false? And were they material? Were they significantly important to what Congress was seeking his testimony about? We'll see where it comes out. He would not be the first person who is charged with lying to Congress. But as you correctly point out, there's a whiff to this whole episode. And that whiff is this really about enforcing the criminal laws, or is this more about putting pressure on him? The point that I want our listeners to focus on right now and to keep their eyes open, because we may be starting to see a little bit of flicker of constitutional norms. And it's this whole notion as to how the executive carries out his criminal justice duties. That is subject to what the framers gave us in the Constitution, what was called a check and a balance. Well, a check and a balance only works from the Congress's standpoint if representatives and senators of both parties push back. Not on the policy issue that you mentioned correctly, Frank, but on the constitutional. Republican Senator Tom Tillis has already stood up and said, I will not confirm any nominee to the Federal Reserve until this is cleared up. That's pushing back on checks and balances. Missouri Senator Josh Hawley last week voted in favor of a war powers resolution, along with several other Republican senators, as to President Trump's actions in Venezuela. Those are breadcrumbs as to checks and balances. But in terms of this Jerome Powell criminal investigation, I would urge our listeners just to keep their eye on these breadcrumbs, because it could explain a lot.
We've had a couple of questions from listeners, and people said, you should get Greg on to answer this question. So I'm going to ask you this listener question from the last few days. How, when it comes to ICE and their jurisdiction, do they have the same rules as local and state police when it comes to due cause for arrest and use of force?
As always, terrific question from our texters. Let's go back to sort of page 1, line 1. In this instance, the people of the United States of America have given a basket of powers to the federal government. In Missouri, let's take Missouri, the people of Missouri have given a basket of powers to our state government. Among the powers of both of those separate governments are so-called police powers. And at the federal level, you have the FBI, the Secret Service, ICE, and others. And then in Missouri, you had the Missouri Highway Patrol, the St. Louis County Police, etc. The state governments may put certain requirements or restrictions on how the state law enforcement carries out their duties. And similarly, the federal government may put certain statutes or regulations as to how they carry out. The bigger issue underlying all of this and what is going to continue to come up in Minnesota are the constitutional limits. So back to the texter's question, as to the constitutional limits, they apply equally to both law enforcement arms, if you will, state and federal government. So, for example, for a state law enforcement officer or a federal law enforcement officer to arrest someone, they have to have what is called probable cause. And that standard of probable cause is the same in Maine as it is in Hawaii, as it was last week in Minnesota. So in short, the law enforcement functions, it's like a Venn diagram, Jill. There are some overlaps, but the overlaps are not statutory in terms of the laws, but overlaps in terms of how they enforce the laws. But in terms of ICE doing what they're doing on the streets of America, as long as they do it subject to the constitutional limitations, they have that power as part of the federal government's law enforcement powers.
Always excellent stuff. Thanks so much for making the time to be here. I know we haven't given you very much break between your recent visits, but, there's a lot going on in the world, and we need that legal analysis that you provide so beautifully for us, Greg Willard.
Great to be with you. Stay safe.
Our friends at Woods Basement Systems are having a big anniversary or a birthday or celebration, whatever you want to call it, in 2026. Why? Because they are 40 years old. That's how long they have been taking care of your homes in St. Louis. Back when I got to know them, when they were only about a 10-year-old company, which has been 30 plus years ago now, what I understood that differentiated them from so many other companies in the business is A, they were on the cutting edge of new emerging technology to be able to keep people in their homes even when there were the most severe foundation problems. And then B, they were old school when it came to taking care of their customers. There were a lot of fly-by-nights that came into the business in the 80s and 90s because there was new possibilities out there, but a lot of those companies didn't do a great job, didn't deliver what they were promising, and ended up taking people's money and not adding value to the homes. Now, because it's been 40 years of successfully helping keep basements dry in St. Louis, they still have that perfect mix of staying on the cutting edge and also being very old school when it comes to making sure that customers are king. Customers are the ones who are the focus of taking care of whatever it is that you need support when it comes to your home's basement and all things basement-y. WoodsBasementSystems.com, 618-708-4055.
You've had all these great ideas about what to do with your outside space. Now's the time to take the next step and call Outdoor Living, because Pat Leahy and the gang at Outdoor Living have built a showroom which is a great resource for you. You can go in and see all the products they have, the composite decking, the metal framing. You see, at Outdoor Living, what they pride themselves on is building it right the first time and never having to worry about it again. So they build it. You can enjoy it for the rest of your life. Outdoor Living, their showroom on Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood, is a great resource for you. You can go and see all the different ways and all the different things they can do. Then they'll come out, they'll do a site visit, and in just a few short weeks, you will have the dream deck, fence, gazebo, pergola, whatever it may be. Outdoor Living, right there in Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood, 314-966-3325. or OutdoorLivingInc.com. Check out the showroom and take that next step. You'll love it. Outdoor Living or OutdoorLivingInc.com.
This is Mariah, third generation at Newsteaders Fine Jewelry. Buying an engagement ring can be intimidating. At Newsteaders, we ensure complete understanding of your purchase. We offer a choice in both lab and mine-grown diamonds and are able to work with any budget. Let our family help educate you on your choice at Big Bend and Doherty Ferry or at WowDiamonds.com.
Wouldn't you like to take a vacation from your bills? Well, you can. With credit card balances at an all-time high and Golden Oak's 4.5% rate, you could be saving thousands of dollars after a simple phone call. Call today and get your cash in as little as 14 days and make no payments for 2 months. Call 314-567-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing, cured my blues.
5.442 APR, FHA 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit, additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Hey, Heidi here for Premier You, and let's skip the new year, new you talk, because this isn't about a resolution. It's about finally feeling good. If you're tired, stuck, frustrated with your weight, your hormones, or just not feeling like yourself, yes, I'm talking to you. And if you keep saying, I'll deal with it later, quit just listening and do something about it. Premier You takes a personalized medical approach to weight management and hormone optimization, and this January, your first month of weight loss services is 50% off. So go to premiertheletterumed.com. Your best life starts now.
Is it time to make a change with your bank? Hi, it's Julie Buck for Triad Bank. They are a full-service financial institution with 2 locations, and they've been around since 2005 with the mission to provide a wide range of commercial and personal banking services. Here's their website. It's triadbanking.com.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Looking for a great local restaurant recommendation? Lead me see more. Tune in to the Kuno Food Service weekly special during the Frank and Jill Show, Thursdays at 11.
Hear from the best of the best restaurant owners in town.
Only on the Frank and Jill Show, Thursdays at 11. Presented by Kuno Food Service, right here on the Big 550 KTRS, the talk of St. Louis.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers. Oh, they're here. Hey, who needs something to drink?
we've been overindulging a little more than usual. Thank goodness we both added active liver to our diets to give our livers some much-needed support so we have the energy we need to enjoy the holidays.
Active Liver from New Nordic contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract designed to give your liver maximum protection and help it do vital jobs like removing toxins from alcohol, rich foods, and sweets.
Try Active Liver today and enjoy all the holiday treats with the peace of mind of knowing you're giving your liver some relief.
Find Active Liver online at Amazon, Vitacost.com, or iHerb.com. Or pick it up today at CVS, Meijer Grocery, or ShopRite. Enjoy life to the fullest with Active Liver.
The Bommarito Automotive Group has been your #1 choice for all your automotive needs for over 51 years. They've sold over 1 million vehicles by giving you a better price, a better selection, and more for your trade. You can shop them online, schedule an appointment, and more from their website, Bommarito.com.
All right, welcome back. A little breaking news. Nolan Arenado, 10-time Gold Glove Award winner, who will end up in the Baseball Hall of Fame, has been traded by the Cardinals with cash to Arizona for a minor league pitcher named Jack Martinez, who was just drafted in the 2025 draft. The big question is how much the Cardinals will pay. I think it's $34 million over the next 2 years. It's $26 million this year of how much they'll pay Arizona to take Nolan Arenado off our hands. Isn't that crazy?
What do you think of this? Because, you know, the big last year, I remember not really understanding much at all about trades, et cetera. The big contention and criticism of the Cardinals is they did nothing in the off season. So is this movement considered sort of removing a log jam and trying to move in the right direction?
That's the perfect way to put it. It allows some of their young players like J.J. Weatherholt or Nolan Gorman to get 500 at-bats. You're clearing out a position to find out about your young players and give them opportunity. You're not going to win with Nolan Arenado, so why not take a shot and give your players a chance to develop?
So would they be criticized for spending losing the money on this, or this is just a necessary part of the process?
Yeah, he spent 5 years here. He was third in the MVP balloting 1 year. He was a really good player and a great man, but I don't think anybody that knows baseball would think this is a bad idea.
And you're not surprised at the timing of it either.
Not at all. Yeah, I was hoping it would happen, before spring training, and we finally got a team to take Nolan Arenado with a lot of cash off our hands.
Chaim Bloom's first big move as in his position.
He's made a couple of free agent signings. Dustin May traded Sonny Gray, so he's done some good things. So he's on his way. This is the way you should do it. Strip it down. You can't win with these guys. Let's try and be good in a couple of years, bringing in a lot of prospects. All right, that'll do it for this edition of the program. The Carney Show with Julie Buck coming up next. We'll take a break. We'll be back in 22.
St. Louis Auto Show returns January 22nd through the 25th at the Americas Center. Bring the whole family and explore hundreds of new vehicles from the world's biggest automotive brands. Then, get up close and personal with the coolest, most expensive rides ever created at the $1 Million Mile. There's even something for the kids with our Mid-America Chevy dealers' sponsored Kids Zone. Get your tickets today at stlautoshow.com. Kids 12 and under get in free. That's stlautoshow.com.
Mizzou basketball on the Big 550 KTRS is powered by Graybar. Graybar.
On the run, Mitchell for the flush, Missouri by 20.
This Wednesday, Mizzou returns home to tip off against Auburn at 6 p.m. Pregame begins at 5:30 p.m.
Drives right baseline to the rim, jams it as he hangs.
Catch all the action right here on the Big 550 KTRS.
Presented by Graybar for all your electrical and datacom solutions.
Hi, it's JJ from Spectrum Eyeglass Repair, the nation's leader in eyeglass repair. Is there a broken pair of sunglasses you thought were doomed to stay in the glove box? Are your glasses taped together, glued together? Bring them to Spectrum. We'll fix them. Spectrum Eyeglass Repair carries a large selection of pre-made clip-ons, cases, and accessories. We can custom make clip-ons to fit your frames. You'll like our service, and you'll love our prices, almost as much as you'll love our song. We're in Crestwood on Watson Road, and on the web at SpectrumEyeglassRepair.com. Now let's hear that groovy song one more time. Sing along with me.
Spectrum Eyeglass Repair.
Diana from Newstetter's Fine Jewelers here to remind you, we don't just offer the best pieces, we offer one of the last master hand engravers in our country. My father can create timeless, personal, and unforgettable pieces. Come by our showroom at the corner of Big Ben and Doherty Ferry or learn more online at wowdiamonds.com.
This is the Big 550 KTRS St. Louis.
Live and local.
Depend on it.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A new consumer price index report shows inflation is holding steady and going up in some cases, with costs rising in December compared to November and up overall by 2.7% in December compared to a year ago. Something Americans already know from their own budgets and in line with expectations due to uncertainty in tariffs. Prices for many staples like beef, poultry, and fish are up. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze has more.
When you kind of look into the details of this report, you do still see why there's a lot of consternation from households when it comes to where prices are going up. Utilities are a main factor. We do still see grocery prices rising. Rent is going up, but not quite as much as it has. That is really good news for households who've seen stubbornly high rent prices.
President Trump, before leaving for Michigan to speak at an economic forum today, calling on the embattled Federal Reserve Chair to lower interest rates. It comes as Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell faces a Justice Department investigation.
Facing intense criticism from Republicans over the investigation into the Fed chair, U.S. Attorney for Washington Jeanine Pirro says on social media that none of this would have happened if the Fed had just responded to our outreach. Pirro says prosecutors contacted the Federal Reserve on multiple occasions to inquire about the increasing cost of the Fed building's renovation and what Jerome Powell told senators about it, but she says they were ignored. Now Pirro says we expect his full cooperation.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy. The president has called off high-level talks with Iranian officials due to the regime's crackdown of anti-government protesters. A human rights group says at least 2,000 have been killed. Here's ABC's Ian Pannell.
The Trump administration weighing options against Iran in the wake of a growing massacre of unarmed civilians calling for change. According to U.S. officials, new sanctions are on the table against key regime officials. Cyber attacks and influence operations also in play, as well as potential strikes on military
The
targets.
U.S. now urging Americans to leave Iran. You're listening to ABC News.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
A TikTok video has cost a Dallas woman her job related to the debate over immigration sweeps that are taking place across the country.
The video was posted the same day that ICE agents killed a woman in Minneapolis.
Hey guys, my name is Gia, and I just want
The 20-year-old valet at the Dallas Hilton, Anatole, tells her audience that ICE agents are staying at that hotel.
please warn your family if you or somebody is worried about their immigration status.
Gia says she's heard lots of support for her posting, but
A lot of people are just wanting me dead, honestly, and I'm scared.
the third-party valet company she worked for has fired her for violating its business conduct policy. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
After former President Bill Clinton did not appear today for his closed-door deposition in the Republican-led investigation into the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, GOP Chair James Comer says he's disappointed and that Clinton is not accused of any wrongdoing and just wants to ask some questions.
As a result of Bill Clinton not showing up for his lawful subpoena, which again was voted on unanimously by the committee in a bipartisan manner, we will move next week in the House Oversight Committee markup to hold former President Clinton in contempt of Congress.
Former State Secretary Hillary Clinton, due to appear tomorrow, also signaled she won't show. The Clintons responding together in an open letter saying Chair James Comer's subpoena is legally invalid. They point to the then former President Trump, his refusal to be deposed by the House January 6th committee in 2022. Michelle Franzen.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. President Trump is in Michigan, where he's speaking on affordability issues at an economic forum in Detroit. Earlier, he toured a Ford plant and touted his economic policies. And before leaving the White House, the president urged Fed Chair Jerome Powell to lower interest rates after the Consumer Price Index December report shows inflation remains stubborn. Prices up 2.7% from the same time last year. Powell says he's facing pressure to lower interest rates and now being investigated by the Justice Department over costs on a Fed building renovation. A bipartisan group of lawmakers questioning the latest probe. Republicans like Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina have been vocal against the investigation, saying it undermines the independence of the Fed board. ABC's Jay O'Brien has more.
Even John Thune, the top Republican in the Senate today, made comments that seemed to look at this with a quizzical eye. He said that, quote, the Fed is not something to be trifled with. And just yesterday, Thune said that these allegations, given how serious they are, quote unquote, better be real.
House Oversight Chair James Comer says he's disappointed former President Bill Clinton decided not to appear for a closed-door deposition related to the committee's investigation into convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Comer says the panel will hold a markup session next week for contempt of Congress.
No one's accusing Bill Clinton of any wrongdoing. We just have questions, and that's why the Democrats voted along with Republicans to subpoena Bill Clinton.
Former State Secretary Hillary Clinton, due to appear tomorrow, has also signaled she will not show. The Clintons responded in an open letter saying Chair Comer's subpoena is legally invalid and they don't have knowledge of the Epstein criminal investigation. In South Carolina, health officials say they have recorded 124 new measles cases in the state's outbreak since last Friday. That brings the total of cases to 434 in the state. You're listening to ABC News.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, New Nordic.
President Trump has called off high-level talks with Iranian officials due to the regime's deadly crackdown of anti-government protesters. This as an internet blackout continues in Iran. The president says help is on the way. ABC's Patrick Reevell has details.
A D.C.-based human rights organization has said that the death toll has now spiked to nearly 2,000 people killed in the crackdown since last Thursday. We've also been speaking with activists and also with a physician who's talking with hospital workers in Iran, who describes dozens of bodies being brought into hospitals with gunshot wounds, including many shot to the head.
A nationwide manhunt underway for former West Wing and the Field of Dreams actor Timothy Busfield. Police in Albuquerque accused of criminal sexual contact with a minor and child abuse involving a young actor on the set. ABC's Alex Stone says federal agents have been called after an arrest warrant was issued last week.
ABC News confirming U.S. Marshals have been called in to help find and arrest Timothy Busfield. He's accused of sex crimes on a child while he was directing episodes of the TV show The Cleaning Lady. In two instances, one in 2022 and one in 2024, he allegedly sexually touched a young male actor on set. In a criminal complaint, Busfield allegedly told police the set was a playful environment and that he had tickled boys on set, but that it was not sexual.
ABC's Alex Stone. On Wall Street, stocks are down this hour. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Minneapolis, at least 4 federal prosecutors operating out of the Minneapolis office have resigned, according to multiple officials, in the wake of the ICE officer-involved shooting of Renee Good and concerns about the Justice Department's focus on the federal investigation. Here's ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
Sources say the departures in the Minneapolis U.S. Attorney's Office reflect the concerns of these career prosecutors that the Justice Department is now probing Renee Good, the woman who was killed. Critics say the Justice Department should open a federal civil rights investigation into the ICE officer who fired the shots. But Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche says in a statement there is currently no basis for a criminal civil rights investigation.
Minnesota's Attorney General announced that the Twin Cities is suing Homeland Security over how it's conducting federal immigration operations, claiming ICE has violated the Constitution and rights of U.S. citizens. The death toll in Iran from recent anti-government protests has soared to at least 2,000, that according to a U.S.-based human rights group working to track the violence due to the regime's crackdown. Today, President Trump, in a social media post, says the U.S. will no longer hold high-level talks with Iranian officials. ABC's Karen Travers has more.
The president says, quote, "I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stop." So it certainly is, from the president's perspective, the time for diplomatic talks is over, and perhaps the other options then on the table are moving to the forefront of the president's consideration.
After hearing arguments today, the Supreme Court appeared ready to uphold 2 state laws prohibiting transgender girls from competing on girls' sports team, as a majority of conservative justices voiced skepticism of arguments that exclusion of the athletes would violate Title IX in the U.S. Constitution. The pair of cases from Idaho and West Virginia mark the first time the High Court is wading into the culture wars debate. You're listening to ABC News.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PROFIT for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PROFIT. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PROFIT for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PROFIT.
The sluggish labor market of 2025 has been described by analysts as low fire, low hire situation, but there are signs of health employment sectors that are healthy.
The exodus to the big city appears to have subsided. Financial services site WalletHub has compiled a list of the best and worst places to find work based upon job availability and quality of life. Pittsburgh, population 308,000, tops the list with the most jobs per capita of any metro area in the country.
ABC's Jim Ryan. Doctors are calling it a breakthrough. Cancer survival rates have increased dramatically over the years, and they're offering some reasons as to why.
First off, says Dr. William Dayhud, Chief Scientific Officer at the American Cancer Society, people started putting out the cigs.
Tobacco use and really drives so many cancers, so the fact that 44% of people were smoking in the 60s, so like only 11% now. That's dramatic.
Another reason for the drop in cancer deaths, better therapies that have been able to double the 5-year survival rate for those with metastatic disease. In fact, 70% of people diagnosed with cancer today are expected to live at least 5 years. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
The creator of the cartoon strip series Dilbert has died. Scott Adams created the character that satirized white-collar office life. That strip appeared in newspapers around the world at its peak. His first ex-wife announced the death in an ex-post and on his Coffee with Scott Adams YouTube channel, reading a note that Adams left before he died. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
It's 2026, not 2006. Your antivirus shouldn't feel like a dial-up. WebRoot Essentials protects your new and old devices without slowing them down. It scans 6 times faster, uses 33 times less space, and it's ranked #1 against Norton, McAfee, basically all the usual suspects. And right now, you can get an exclusive 60% off when you go to webroot.com/offer. Lock in the smarter, lighter, faster protection your devices deserve and get WebRoot Essentials today. That's webroot.com/offer for 60% off.
Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. You know, one of the best ways to get away from everything is by grabbing a great book, and you will find anything and everything you can imagine at St. Louis County Library. Do you want something that leaves you on the edge of your seat where you have to turn page after page? Do you want something more fun? Or maybe you want something that takes you into the history of a place or a person. St. Louis County Library has it all, and then some. They also have the Library of Things, so you can check out a telescope or a musical instrument that maybe you promised yourself you were going to learn in the new year. They also have something fun going on like the Winter Reading Challenge. The challenge takes place now through February 28th, and not only will you discover a great new book, but there are fun activities and prizes for all ages. You can learn about all of this stuff and more at slcl.org. Well, you guys know by now I have been on a journey to get back to feeling like I did, dare I say, in my 40s. Something changed at about 45, and I'm going to say, for about 5 or 6 years, I kept trying to do the same thing that I did in my 30s and 40s. But this time, it wasn't working, thankfully. Thankfully, I found Premier U, and my life has changed. I actually am getting compliments on clothes now, and these are clothes that I used to wear and had boxed up ready to give away, but thanks to Premier U, I am back in them. Premier U can do what they have done for me, but here's what Premier U does differently. There's no cookie cutter kind of take at all of this. Every program starts with a root cause testing. They want to look at the vitamins and your hormones and your metabolism, and then they will kind of assess where we go from there. So the weight loss medications is probably a part of it, but it's so much more that Premier U can help with. Premier U has a location in Swansea, Illinois, and another one in South County. You can call them and set up your consultation at 618-750-LIFE, or go online, med.com. med.com. It's worked for me, and I promise you it will work for you.